more zoom or more pan? shop here. Hey, can I use the restroom or is there enough time? Huh?
Welcome to the Ismaili Games Northeast Day 1 volleyball. Partway through set 1 of the opening round of volleyball bracket play. I think about 11 teams competing this year across the 12 centers. That one gets tipped over and out on the near side. Real DC on the right side, wearing the blue jerseys, and DC Nahijitega on the left. I didn't come up with that name. They did. And that's on them, I think. Into the net and service. Sent over, falls out on the near end. Back-to-back points for that DC team. I think 3 teams coming from DC Kane. Sent over immediately, just one touch, tapped over, kicked up into the bench. Real DC playing with just 5 people and no bench to help them. Don't need it so far. They're up by 2 points. First tip, but that one is sent right into the net. But now this lead is cut down to just 1 as they take their 4th consecutive serve. Dug up, set. Tapped over, received. There's the second hit. They need to send it, and they do. Another smash from 24, and it's deflected out of bounds. I say number 24. Everybody's wearing number 24. In honor of the year 2024 would be my guess. That it's the 24th year of 2000, but it's not the 24th Northeast Games. I'd be curious which one it is. I know it's been going on for some time. Previously not an annual event, but now we're on 3 years in a row. 21, 22, 23, and now 2024. After missing out in 2020 and 2021. Gave that one a pause, thought that serve went long, but actually it was on the line according to the ref. And a couple of laughs now as they're enjoying their first lead of the game. Up by 2. Has been on quite a streak as that initial hit gets sent backwards also. Momentum clearly in the favor of that scattered team on the left of your screens. As this point secures 8 points in a row from 7-11 up to 15. No Slurpees for the Real DC team. Real DC to give them a little bit more flair perhaps. Service, one-handed. There's a beautiful set, tipped over. Ball is low, they have to send it with this, the underhand method, just about saved. They keep the play alive. This might be the longest rally we've had in some time. Miscommunication as 2 players dive for the ball on this Real team. Sounds like the 3rd play in a row in that rally that both of them made a move, and this time it was consequential. 16-11 on the verge of winning this first game. I say on the verge, 9 points. But from down 4, now up 5. It's been a decent streak for them. That ball surely would have gone long, but the hand up will tip it away. And it's now 17-11. 10 points straight for this DC side here in the Palestra. First round of bracket play as that one gets sent into the nets. The iconic UPenn basketball stadium, not lacking in history, lacking in air conditioning. Two hands up for the ref. And I think calling a dead ball there before it went out of bounds. Sounds like he's saying maybe replaying the points. My volleyball hand signals are not what they used to be. 11-18. Right, sent into the middle of the court with that service. Here's a return. Soft sent over. And finds a perfect gap that no player could dig up. So they had a great start. Led in the opening first points. I think went 0-6. At one point it was 6-2 before they took it back up to 11. They've been scoreless for nearly 15 points now, 12 actually. And they get their first point back for Real. So underhand serve straight to the front court. A battle at the net. It'll be sent back very quickly, and again, miscommunication. And that dig falls short. So 19-13 will be reflected by that scoreboard soon. In 2013, my fault. Sent over quickly and finds a perfect gap on the far end. Not quite out of bounds. That's what DC was looking for. Good move from Real. Service to the middle and waiting back there. This is the second hit. A lot of power on that one. Set. Just sent over, but it's gone wide. A tough return. 4 points away as this service change happens. The rotation comes around with these 6 players. Overhand serve. And it's gone long right away. So Real DC now in a place to give us a good fight here towards the end. First to 25 points for this opening set. And a great ace on that service. Again, miscommunication. Leaned in for the dig, but it was too little too late. Overhand serve, set. And again, set it straight up his outside hitter. Couldn't get anywhere close. Not outside hitter, but that set was not outside. There's one set, sent away very quickly. Just playing a little bit. Nice fake there to go behind the back. A lot of power, and it's just about out. And there's some confusion there. I think they wanted that call to be in. 21-18. Seen some good back and forth bar the 12-point stretch that DC went on. A lot of power on that hit, but contact was made as the call. So they'll get service back. 21-19, just a 2-point game. You know, it felt like when there was a 12-point streak going, we weren't gonna have a close contest, but clearly not the case. Set up, and it's set far out, 2021. The opening round of bracket play. The winner, I believe, goes home, or the winner moves on. I think the loser goes home. And it's 3 sets. Sent over quickly there. And tried to do the same thing back. The same trickery, but nets the wrong result. Underhand serve. That's the second hit, and the swat is on the wrong end of the net. Not where it needs to be. Timeout called. In 2025, this first set goes to DC, so now we'll switch sides. So game 2 starting shortly here as the teams swap sides. Real DC now on the right-hand side of your screen. Excuse me, DC Naijitega on the right side of the screen. Although they picked up the first win, Real DC on the left. And playing with 5 people, so much less court coverage than the full 6. They've gone out in their huddles, they made the adjustments, and the ref is walking back to their station to try and get this game started. I think everyone's ready. So that's the man who took them across 12 consecutive points with this serving. A key point. A key part of that winning streak that got them that opening set. And here we go. Game 2 underway. This is a best of 3 now in the round robin stages. These teams only needed to play 2 sets, and a draw was okay if it came to it. But they played 3 round robin stages, 6 sets in total. But now, if it comes to it, they will play a 3rd set. Opening set to 25, 2nd set to 25. And if both teams pick up a set, if it goes 1-1, the 3rd set gets played to 15 points. The rules are win by 2, but not really. it's win by 2 up until 27. So win by 2 by about 1 additional sequence. But once you hit 27, doesn't matter if it's 26, 27. That's the cap. Same thing on 15 in game 3. It just goes to 17. Couple of Clorox wipes getting handed out, making sure they have fresh hands. As it's like a slippery part of the court potentially, so they got the towels out. The Clorox is out, the towels out. The refs letting our volleyball need and a couple of volunteers know where the adjustments need to be made. A little bit outside the court boundaries, but you could very easily step over there as the players are gearing up. It's a big break in between these opening sets. Yeah, now they're double checking. The players walking by, squeaking around with their shoes just to make sure. Just to make sure the set's in working order and good condition. Refs rocking handlebar mustache. Both of these two refs have been in the game for quite a long time. Both of them with us last year also, I believe the year prior, but certainly last year. Had a quick conversation, catch up with them before this one started. Very proud, 30+ years of reffing service. Each of them, not combined, each, you know, between the two refs of these two courts. So a lot of confidence. There inevitably will be disagreements later on as we get later into this tournament. The refs are more than equipped to handle that. Good crowd starting to build up here in the Palestra as this second game starts, despite the lack of AC. So this is where the best volleyball games get played. The Rockwell, the other stadium, is home to Throwball as the opening serve of the second set of the first round of playoffs is underway. And after a quick rally, DC opens up with the points. Underhand service, but he's saying stepped on the line. That whistle was blown early, so before the serve even made it across the net, the point was already scored. And we've got an equal game. 1-1. Just touches over the net. A great serve to get the 4th point. 5-1. A little back and forth to open, but Real DC needs to make sure that this streak doesn't continue, and fortunately they don't need to worry about that. He was flying a little too close to the sun with those serves, and now Icarus's wings, made of wax, have melted. So the overhand serve goes straight to the ref and out of play, and Real will score again. Tapped straight down, and that's a great inside hit there. Set up nicely by the outside setter. Same guy who took them to a 12-point rally. I think the key reason that they won that last game, to be quite honest. nearly half the points, you know? That set goes backwards, but it's saved up. They need to get it over, but it's into the nets. And service switches again. They cut the lead in half. A little more than that, 6-4. Couple touches on both ways, but this has been the longest rally of this set as it finds a perfect gap on this left side. Again, 5 people on this team, but they still have to follow the rules and the rotations. Despite being a person down, so there's gonna be a gap on the court no matter what. 7-4. Nice touch, just to keep it alive, but it's sent out of bounds and into the other game, of which those players were unfazed by the interruption. Sent across court there. Again, failing to get it over the net. 9-4 for DC. A very pessimistic team name. Again, not my team name that I'm calling them. They've willingly gone ahead and declared it that they're not going to win. But they're doing a good job of proving themselves wrong. Maybe it's their way of setting up the underdog story. And again, looking for that gap, but it just falls out of bounds. A smart move that unfortunately didn't pay off there in that instance, and you can see the frustration he has. Very intentional move to look for the gap. And that service into the net, it would have been an opportunity to take control and close out the gap. As the substitution is made on this DC side. Overhand serve, beautiful set to keep it in control. Just barely tip it over. Quick response from DC. Real sends it to the outside hitter. Miscommunication on that set. I think she was attempting to get it over the net, but with 2 players chasing that ball, not enough room. That one might just about nearly fall short, I thought, but it comes just barely over enough to match 2 guys on the DC side. And now real DC score the point, get the serve back. Last time failed to even clear the net. This time they'll do well to get a rally going here. Sends it a little far, but he keeps it in bounds on the return. That one's popped straight up, but nothing to be had there, unfortunately. Yeah, just about tried to send it over. And that one tipped over the top of the fingertips of real DC, and DC takes it back. I like the idea of calling them Real DC, even though their name is clearly Real DC. You would never say Real Madrid. But it's a little fun like that. That very low return, and that one's just about in bounds. The blue lines on the court are what we are following here as we play 2 courts on the shorthand side of this iconic Palestra arena. But it has the width to afford 2. There we go. That ace finds a perfect hole, and immediately the players taking about accountability. Yusak Amish pointing to his own chest, saying, yeah, that's on me. I should have been there. But they'll get the ball right back. 7-14. Make it 8 as they cut this lead in. Here's the toss and a serve. Just kisses the top of the net, and a fantastic ace to hit there. He's been practicing that serve in between matches. Walk-up routine, all the same. And that one has a little too much sauce. So a very beautiful ace on his first go, his second go. Slippery and out of bounds. Underhand serve. Oh, barely tipping it up. He'll do a little tat-a-tat to get it over. Immediate response. Kicked up, and they failed to get it over the net. In soccer, that would have been a goal, but in volleyball, actually, they don't get the point. Service. Into the back line of DC. Oh, and that initial hit is a struggle, but they're able to keep the play alive after bouncing it off the net a couple times. Looking for the gap. There's the first hit and immediately sent over to respond and trying to capitalize on the mixed up formations now that Real DC have if they get them running around the court, but now it's set into the outside hitter. And that initial point, I think, was a set to get their inside hitter active, but actually the set went a little wide and worked out perfectly because it was enough to get it across and score the point. So a happy accident. There's the great dig, and that spike is smashed directly in to the net. Bounced off the net. Tough dig again, fantastic serve. (18-11). 25 points to close out this game. Game one went 25-20 as it's tipped over. Great smash, but contact of the net on the way down, and they called the point, Kareem. So you were right. You don't. Kareem was waving his hands, asking for the point, but they gave it to him. And this time he won't make the same mistake twice. Instead of going aggressive, he does a soft touch into the gap. Technical play, that's how you can defeat a team that's down a man. As the players ask for clarification from the refs. Catching up with the refs before this game. They're gonna stick with their call. They see what they see. That's what he told me. He goes down for that opening set, but this play is kept alive despite that deflection. And he's gonna tip it directly out of bounds. See the frustration starting to mount despite the fact they have a 6-point lead. Tip, beautiful. We need to send it over. Sends it to the back line. And now an attack there. Dangerous from that position. It's kicked up. The only option, but it's sent way too far, unfortunately. But you got to do what you got to do. 20-13 the score as they're the first to 20. That's a great reception of that serve. Strong serve. Tough response, but they stabilize, and that would have been the third hit. They lost count there. Couple claps to say, hey, that's okay. We got to learn from these mistakes here. She had a great reception there of that serve to stabilize that play. Low dig. And it's sent over right away. That one needs to get across. And again, Amish putting his hands up to his chest. A little passive. Couple rounds of miscommunication between those two in set one. And now, I think the miscommunication has swung the other way, where neither of them are going for the ball. That one is sent. Oh, I thought it was out of bounds, but the ref is saying it was in. Gamish went up for the block, met his roommate Ayaz on the other side. A house divided for those two. So more than just about winning this for the representation in the region and the Kane, also about winning it for bragging rights at home. 23-14, DC 2 points away from advancing in the playoff stages. The next set of teams already warming up here, waiting for their matchup to start. That one is just sent over. Ref's not calling contact with the net there. That one's tipped as well as they get another great hit. 2 balls to lose control, but they stabilize, immediately returns. There's the set, but it's way too wide. The hit comes, and we thought it was far, but it finds a beautiful open space there on the backside to keep that play alive. 23-15, they're down by 8 points, but if you remember and go back to the opening match, DC went on a 12-point bender in the mid-game to really take control of that opening set. No reason that real DC can't do the same thing. That's the second hat. It's set over far, just about stays in bounds from the eyes of the ref. There's this walk up, 3 steps, a fantastic high-speed serve. That ball is spent sailing to keep that serve alive, as now it's going spiraling to the bench. They just about hit it over. A quick response and some miscommunication on that front line. 2 players having a look at it. 23-17, as this game is now just 6 points apart. If you want any man serving, it's this guy. Hard to the back line. Set to the outside hitter. And he responds quickly. There's a big gap there. And that ball lands 24-17. Underhand serve, collected in the center. And despite 2 players bumping against each other, they score the point there on the return. It's risky back there. Easily fall out of bounds, but that's where the last couple of points have come from, able to judge that distance. Overhand serve falls short, and perfectly short as it goes in for the ace on that service. I believe that'd be an ace. Could be a kill. But I think back-to-back aces for this man. And again, sent to that far end by the referee, but they're not able to close. 3 points in quick succession. If they can get up to 24, then we get ourselves a win by 2 situation. They've now scored 3 points in a row, and they've done it quite quickly, but that's 25, and that is game. DC said they would not win, but they do it anyway. Handshakes happen. And there's the celebration from the 2 teams. And now the next set of teams will move on to this court. So 25-20 the opening set. And the second set 25-21. A closer score despite the fact that Real DC never held the lead in that one, but they're able to get a closer score than in the first set. So 2 sets, and they'll close it out without needing the third.
We can. Wait, look. No?
There we go. Now we're talking. Hello, hello. The second round of the playoffs is underway in a very highly anticipated matchup because this is the contest between the number 2 seed of the tournament, Bomier Titans, or not the Bomier Titans, just Bomier, and the Richmond Titans. And it's a 5-point lead early for the Titans. As Richmond get their first point and their first serve. A huge smash. And that one goes long. So a second serve overhand. But that one off the mark. And nobody from Bomier was fooled by that. Close to the line. There's a tap over. Set to the outside. And again, swatted to the far corner and long. 7 points for Bomier. The number 2 seed, I believe undefeated in the round robin stage. Each team played 3 games. That far court we were showing earlier was the number 1 seed, NJ Transit, the Edison team, as that one just falls on the line. And so Bomier gets awarded with another point. 8-2, 6-point gap already. Set up to the far side, 2 hands to get it over. And now a smash. Rough contact came off his pinky, but found a perfect gap in the center. And the Titans look like they're only playing with 5 at the moment. A couple of 5-man teams, those gaps are gonna happen. Bomier's so strong, actually, they have a second team. Not so much a junior team, just another team with the same name. That one gets chucked over, and now he runs up to the line. Just stays inside as it rolls into the bleachers and gets stuck for a moment. We'll send it over for him to serve. He's had a fantastic play. That one long and looked like it was on the line to me, but they're gonna call that one out. As the substitution gets made for this Bomier side, the serve has to get held. So the red jersey will come in as we go to this main shot. That's the substitution. And a fantastic block there by number 15, who went up for it. Met him at the net. 4-12, the serve allows you to hold a little bit of control, but Bomier can still get the first attack in. They take it right back, 4-13. This Titans lineup down a man. Bomier, serve to the inside, has to send it back because it wasn't staying in bounds. And now we get this 3-piece setup, a fantastic block as the ball sails into the scorer's table. But that will be a point for the Titans. 5-13. Overhand serve, falls into the middle. There's a set to the outside. And a long ball by Azim on that attempt. So the second serve is 6-13, 7 points the gap. And falls short of the net on the overhand attempt. Bomier gets it right back. High serve, slow ball to grab, but timeout's been called by the Titans side. They've called one of their 2 timeouts just ahead of that service. 6:15. They know they're down a man, but I'm sure they were hoping for a little bit of a closer score line. But it's so tough to fill those gaps, as we saw in the last game that was played on this court. Bomier also up 9 points. Should feel good. Number 2 seed, as I said in the tournament. I believe this team, if they didn't win last year, I believe they were finalists, if my memory serves. All smiles coming out of the huddle as the Titans just regrouping from their water break. One final sip there for the 5th guy. And now they'll get a full roster back on the court. Took them a little bit of time to get back on the court there. What they'll do, they'll regroup from this timeout. Low dig, but just about gets it over. Here's a smash. And the dig only lasts for the 1 play. Into the net. That error puts number 7 on the board for Richmond. Nearly doubling the score. That one sent over. There's a smash attempt into the center. Nice set to find the gap over the blocker. To the outside, sends with his right hand. And that one stays in for the point. So up to 16 they go. Service returns, rotation around the court. Not too many aces off the serves. A tip from the Titans on this near side, left hand. Scores them another one, 8-16. Doubled the score, half the score depending on your perspective. And that is a wild form on that serve. I like that. It feels like there's a lot of confidence there. Yeah, that one bounces off the net, sent from underneath. And so we only get to see that serve once, unfortunately. Bomier quick to get back and play. The initial hit sends it way to the back line. 2 guys go up. They'll get the return. Here's the set, but it went a little too far, and he runs into the net. I think that set was falling over the net regardless. To the outside, left hand. Nobody went for that dig. Bomier up to 18. As on the far court, New Jersey is up 13-8 against DC. Shallow service. They'll send it back home, but now on the right hand. Contact with the net. Not sure what the ruling is on that. I'll have to connect with the ref to get that clarification. Traditional volleyball, contact with the net is a automatic point. Sends it with his right hand, but now here's a set to the outside. They both go up for it. The block is met, but Bomier comes away as the block still falls on Richmond's side. 8-20. Controlling for the number 2 team, as you'd expect. Goes up for the block. Looked long to me, but ref will say it's in. And so up to 21 they go. A lot of experience in this ref staff. Set is gone backwards. but they will still survive on this rally. Hit to the near side, a miscommunication. He's got his hand up right away. Thought his man was gonna come in for a soft play. They'd fake the power. But it's good to call things like that out. 9:22. Serve goes wide as it is, so Bomier take it back regardless. Double digits for the Titans, as I'm joined here by Gamish, formerly of the DC team. What's up, Gamish? Oh, let me turn your mic up. That would help. Here, now you can talk.
Testing 1, 2. Is that better?
Yeah, it sounds great. I mean, I can hear you regardless, but I can see on the levels here that when I had your mic off, it was indeed off.
That is perfect.
Yeah. There we go. That's match point. Just about 11:24, so the Titans stay alive as that last ball is set long. And this would be the end of set 1 if Bomier can close out, as they do.
They get the great placement serve.
Yeah, but it's not over, Gamish, because there's always the second set.
Second set.
Da, da, da. Build
What would
that
you say are the keys of the game, Shocker?
suspense. The
For game
keys.
2, what does Richmond have to do to seal the win?
Yo, let me break out my vast volleyball knowledge from my time of broadcasting collegiate volleyball. Well, they're playing with 5 guys, so they're spread really thin. There's going to be a lot of gaps on the court. You know what that's like. You played on a team with only 5 people.
This is correct.
How tough is it? I mean, you think 6 guys to 5, that's not really that big of a difference. The court's not that big, but really when you're out there, there's so much open space.
There is a lot of open space, but as long as the team is willing to communicate with each other and keep their feet moving, if you get caught flat-footed, that's the easiest way to lose possession of the ball and break the serves. So that's what this team needs to do in order to keep the ball and allow them to hit the great serves.
Might be a side effect of this. Bomier's been very dominating, but it hasn't been too much on targeting the weaker ends of that court, although if there was a 6th person, there would have been somebody in that gap in the center.
It would have been, but you're also playing against a team that loves to place the ball into the gaps, into the areas. Playing against a team that makes very little mistakes on offense.
That's what you got to do when you've got the numbers advantage, especially. Ooh, just about keeps it alive. Went up for the block, but actually there was a little bit of a fake there. A soft touch over.
Challenge them at the summit, and they get the point back.
Nicely done. Titans tied up 1-1.
1-1. Great control.
That left hand brings a lot of power to that back line as Bomier take it right back. 2-1 on them. Richmond thought for a second they scored the point. They thought it was outside as they lined up for the serve, but no dice. Overhand. Just kisses the top of the net. Nobody there to dig. That's more like it.
Decides not to jump for it.
Yeah, that's that communication you were talking about.
That's that communication, but that's also being able to return those, get that great first hit, even if it is just clearing the net, saying it over, allow a good rally to continue.
Yeah, that set might have been a little bit too far outside for what he was expecting to go up for. Last serve into the net, so Titans take it back, and that left hand, excuse me, that right hand, well, send it right back Bomier's way. Another error. So back-to-back points on back-to-back errors, 1 for each team.
And it's points like that where you really need those, where you get uncontested shots at the rim or at the net.
Especially when you're playing the number 2 seed. Just about finds it over. There's a great dig. And the set to stay alive.
Haymaker.
Outside hit. It's deflected out of bounds.
But here's the thing, Shocker. You got to contest up. Even if it doesn't go your way, that is crucial just to be able to get him scared, to have to readjust at the last second.
What does that play into, like, mentally? Is it to match their aggression? Do you end up falling too passive if you're not meeting them at the net?
It's a mix of both. It's just being able to, that way, whenever 30 jumps up in the air next time, he's not just going to cock it back all the way and go full power. He has to play with a little bit more intent.
Yeah, he'll know that someone's ready to get in his way, rather than just a freebie. Set up. Here we go to the outside, left, right hand.
It's a little bit too hard. Just kisses the outside line.
A little too much sauce on those wings. I've always been a wet wings guy. Overhand serve. And it falls to the wrong end of the net. Bomier take it back, 3-8. And if they win this one, they move on to the third round. The Titans will have a 6-hour drive back to Central Virginia. Just about short of the net.
A lot of net balls this match.
I'd be curious how many points scored off errors. That's a wild swing of the serve. I love it. Hit to the inside and finds a perfect gap in the middle. Here asking for a tip.
And they gave the point back.
Oh, and they'll give it. Yeah,
to
contact
Richmond.
at the net. What's the ruling on that? Contact at the net, that's
Your
a point.
hand is not allowed to touch the net at any point.
But your body can.
No.
Okay.
No part of the body can make contact with the net upon hitting.
What if you're not hitting and you touch the net?
You can graze the net. You'll see a
Okay.
lot of players when they have a full six, their back will be against the net, which indicates they're going to be the second hit to set up their spikers. We won't see that with the Richmond team today since they only have 5 players, but
Yeah,
as we can see with the Manhattan team, number 3 is facing away from the ball.
Couple of laps in the Bomier camp. Up by 5 points, 6-11. Happily in their favor. The number 2 seed. They're playing like it, that's for sure. There's that second hit. The outside shot you were talking about. He hits a little too low. But kind of like what you said earlier, there was a man to meet him on the block.
And right there, that caused him to alter the shot, which got the ball pinned against the net.
This side, he gets the shot again, and he's going right through it.
Able to meet them at the summit. He uses those sides, uses the full extension of the hand.
You guys up for the block. Bomier come away with the points. Far end serve, but the ref is saying
Foot on the line.
foot on the line, so that serve didn't even matter. Titans take it back. Into the
At
inside.
the summit.
Great block.
Goes again for attempt number 2. Clears the net. Now we got to scramble. A little bit of miscommunication on this end as they tried to get back into the 3-hit set.
Tough bounce off the net, looking for a dig there. Titans close the distance just a little more. 9-12 as the outside hits. Folds flawlessly down the middle. There's power on that one, eh?
There is. Jack, if you're in that position, what do you do?
Get out of the
Stop
way. That's why I'm here. And not out there.
I agree. Running away from the ball, it's a business decision, as we say.
Fight or flight, right? No, but I think with 6 people, you have somebody who can make the dig.
To cover
and
mid, to make
potentially
that dive.
You know, you have to get the outside, and oftentimes a lot of these points have been falling pretty uncontested down the center. At least you would have somebody there. You know, typically in volleyball, you'd have, I guess your libero would be positioned there. I'm not sure if libero is really in play on this tournament, or if it's just a standard 6.
It would be if they had subs, but it looks like each team is running with either just 6 people or 5.
There's certainly a lot of guys watching from the Bomier sideline, but I think they've just got one substitution that was made earlier, maybe saving some legs for deeper in the tournament.
You'll definitely need it as you're playing against the #1 seed after this game.
It'll be a long.
But man, you see number 3 on the Manhattan team. That's exactly what you need for good spike mechanics. Jumps up high, places it well, hits him with a downward palm hit.
Here's a set looking for the far side. Sends it actually to the back line, and a quick return. And miscommunication on that set. Was expecting the run from the back line. Richmond stays alive for now.
And one more time and places it down.
That was a lovely switch of positions there. Brought it to the near side, sent it to the far end, and then made the move.
And you saw how Richmond was anticipating the second hit to go over.
Yeah.
Recognized that last second, while it was in the air, readjusts it to be able to get that easy spike down.
Bomier made a great adjustment there in the air. Up by 7 points.
A great recovery to no avail.
Richmond just 1 point away from matching their set 1 score. As it looks like on the far court, the #1 team, NJ Transit, the Edison roster, comes away with the win against DC, and that spike down the center in the gap with no real contest there. Both these teams won their opening match of bracket play. It's up the middle. This near side block, but the block is sent to the scorer's table. Bomier hit 20.
Boy,
Again,
those serves are dangerous.
great ace on the far side. Wild swing on that serve, trying to put a little bit of sauce on it. Unfortunately, it falls under the net. Titans take it back, matching set 1 score, but an error gives it right back to Manhattan. Underhand, playing it safe.
Smart play, smart play. At this point, you just need to get a good rally in.
Try and get some legs underneath them.
It's a good clear. Little awkward position, but they're able to get the point for Richmond.
Back-to-back attempts from that setter to the outside hit. And trying to hone down exactly what that looks like for later on in the contests. Makes the same move again. It's target practice right now. Two points away from closing out this playoff match. Overhand. Grazed off his fingers, so we got
at the
roll.
summit.
Good block.
He's able to get a great recovery. That's the one thing you gotta love about this Manhattan team, is that they're able to not get phased by any of the hard hits or the fast serves.
Keeping their eyes on it.
Very composed team. They've been in this situation before.
Match points goes long, and Titans
Trying to
beat
keep
their
their
set
playoff
1
hopes
score.
alive.
Keeping their hopes alive. If they go on a 12-point run right here, we would force the set 3 strong win. The #2 seed get to continue on in the tournament.
I believe the next round is the finals, correct?
I think there's one more round in between, if I'm not mistaken.
One more round. I believe they have the privilege of playing Edison next round.
We'll hit the semifinals. Is that how the brackets played out? The #1 seed and the #2 seed?
I believe so. Edison ended up being the
Semis.
#1 seed, as they won every set.
It's a matchup that's deserving of a finals. But we'll have to take a look at the bracket.
Ladies and gentlemen, if that statement is correct, please quote me on it. If it's incorrect, then please quote Shocker.
If it's
I repeat.
incorrect, we are going to change the bracket to make it correct. I got you, buddy.
Appreciate it.
All right, well, that'll be that contest. Bomier come away 2 sets, 11-25 the first, 13-25 the second, and they get to play on.
How have you been? Oh man, what a time. Yeah. Have you tried this? Oh, they're so fire. If this wasn't so expensive, it is so. It's like $50 though. I want to get the 42 gram one. Yeah. See, that's my plan. I've been a little more consistent at the gym. It's only been like 2 months, 2.5 months, but I definitely do feel a difference. I prefer the other. I know. None of the above.
We just won.
Oh shit!
What's it mean? We should just won.
Set it up right there.
Oh shoot!
Rep it.
Dude,
Hardly humble, always rep it.
Richmond's in the box. Well, I mean, you can. Right, so is this Throwball right now? Is this Jersey right? Is Jersey better for Throwball than Volleyball? Actually, not the talk. set up for her? Smash it? Which team won the tournament? Do we have the tournaments? Just for I don't even worry about that. Just to keep score. Or let them do obviously control it to keep score. Finals? We love Richmond.
Yes, sir. Go Richmond! Go Richmond! Woo! Oh, wait. There's no audio. There is now. There is now.
Be cubed or be squared.
Yeah, Richmond! Can you try?
Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 9-5 as we begin to kick off. They threw it right into the middle, deep into the back pocket, and Richmond gets the point for an 8-7, my apologies, 8-7 score.
Cuts that lead in half down to just 1 point now. The closest it's been since the open, and a great lob, but it doesn't make it over. Queens will take it right back, 9-7.
Man, you get the, if I'm a throwball player, Shocker, what do? Do you try to, aim for the front pocket to try to make them run forward, or do you just send it to the back all the way?
I think that's a discussion that you have as two players there meet on the far side, so lack of communication. But that's the tempting offer to aim for that near side, right? Because you stretch out that defense so much, but it's so difficult to get the height on the ball and still get the power to get it over the net, as we see there, that one falls short. So oftentimes you do just go for the safe play and you just go for long instead of going for high and shallow.
I agree, especially when you're down in this game. You cannot afford to lose those quick serve points.
Nice.
As Queens commits another illegal throw, and we'll give it back to Richmond serve.
11-8, so a 3-point gap. This is about the stage of the game in the first set where Queens started to pull away. This is where Richmond needs to lock in.
But we saw Richmond make a slight comeback. They were down 4 or 5 points at one point in this game. They brought it within 2 as they fumbled the pass a little bit, which will kick it back up to 4.
21-13 in that first set. Queens in the navy blue uniforms, as that one is just dropped, I guess, nearly caught. But that's the strategy of going high and shallow and really making that front line step up and out of position. The call played now for the Richmond side. The lead went up to 5, now it's down to just 4. This is a core that's been together for quite some time, this New York team. They have the composure.
They have the composure, but you have to understand, everybody wants to target them this year. There's a difference between being the hunter and the hunted. As in this case, Shocker, I feel like the roles might be a little bit reversed. Looks like Richmond's being the one hunted in this case. As they call a timeout, and Coach Ishan will come in and try to get some wisdom to his players.
Yeah, formerly a New York native, but kind of switching sides over to Richmond. 6-point gap is quite a deficit, and it's a 6-point gap to the Smashers if you're Richmond. But if you're Queens, 6 has a totally different connotation because 6 to you means the number of points you need to book your trip to the finals.
And if you're Drake, 6 means Toronto.
Yeah, not part of the Northeast. But yeah, I guess 6 means a lot of different things depending on where you're at.
Exactly.
You say Toronto with the hard T, huh?
Toronto, yeah, Toronto.
Toronto. That's my best Toronto accent.
Toronto. I have cousins in Toronto, and they enunciate every word.
Including the T.
Yeah, so they're just saying
It feels
Toronto.
very un-Toronto.
I think Toronto's because we're from the South.
El Dorado.
Ooh, great hit from Richmond Volleyball as the block comes in. Sorry, wrong game on broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen. We'll switch over to that after the throwball game.
Yeah, volleyball semifinals happening on the court that we're at right now. But let's go back to throwball. So 6-point gap. Queens with the serve onto that front line. Over to the back end. Queen catch. And it's an illegal catch on the Queens side. So
Correct, made contact with the forearm.
You can see how much that meant for them to score off of that timeout.
It did, especially considering that, when you come out of a timeout, you don't want to lose a point. So when you saw the frontline player, number 15, have the ball slip out of her hands, we had the back line ready to catch it and just send it over. Which caught the defense slipping.
You have to celebrate when you score points like that. Because you have to get the momentum, the energy of the team in a really good spot to be able to capitalize.
And all of a sudden, we have a 3-point swing, Shakir.
But now they've got to do it again.
Now the question, 4-point swing now. Now, again, New York has been in this situation plenty of times.
Whatever.
It's how do they respond to this? How do they respond to?
Right.
And they elect to take a timeout and have a discussion.
And you have the timeout, right? You might as well take it. So now the question is, what was said in the Richmond timeout to electrify them to closing this up to a 2-point game?
You know,
And can they say it again?
I think it was probably our numbers analogy that we said. I think Ishan probably has like the earpiece in to our live stream where we talked about 6 points away from
he's
you know
taking your
punching into the
advice.
finals. 6 points
Six,
is the difference, and then 6
As
points
soon as
for
I'm back
Drake.
in the city, they throw a
The
parade.
And Richmond wants that parade. They need that parade as they tie up their first set score of 13-13.
I think for a new team to come in here, again, a team that never has played Throwball, right? When you look at the Richmond team in the past, that is not this core team to come in here and pull a set against the reigning champs for the last however many years, Queens, the reigning finalists, Queens, because it's been Queens and Edison have been very dominant in this sport. To come in here and even take a set is going to count for a big boost. If they can do more than that, that is certainly worth celebrating.
Not only that, just being able to put pressure on the defending champions. You know, you want to make them overthink their passes. You want them to feel that, hey, like, we have a chance to lose this. As soon as you can put that fear into them, that's what causes the mistakes. That's what causes Queens to play out of formation and not come in with the confidence that we're so used to seeing.
Off of that timeout, using all their resources to swing the momentum back in their favor, and a missed catch on the Richmond side means that Queens get to set the tempo for the next point.
And we see a little argument coming from the Richmond team to the ref, but ultimately the call will go to the Smashers.
And it was a good call. I mean,
It was a great call.
It's as clear as day. Right? Bounced off your hands and then it falls out of bounds. It's hard to argue that.
I think they're
really.
arguing for an illegal throw as we get an illegal catch going.
Yeah. Yeah, that one was a little bit out of it. It has to be a clean two-handed catch, and it needs to be a clean one-handed throw. Don't believe other parts of your body can interact with the ball there as it just finds no man's land, and that's now a 3-point swing for the Queens side.
And what do you think was told in that timeout at the Queens?
I think whatever Ishan said, the Queens coach must have been listening and said the exact same thing. It must be some sort of magic spell. I don't know. Because now 4 points consecutive, right? So Ishan's there.
No, 3 points.
Giving the claps.
Richmond was able to get that point. So now they exceeded their first set score of 13 as they try to keep their playoff hopes alive.
There we go, and another
It gets
error.
a back-to-back point.
Error from the Queens side.
We talked about this earlier, being able to close out games. Right now, this is the hardest point for Queens. It's not when they're up, but they're able to catch the error.
Now they're trying to send that aggression over a very hard ball. See, she's still moving her hand around. There's certainly discomfort there.
And I think they're going to call for a sub. No, they elect
Just
to
a
switch
rotation.
positions.
But that's the aggression. Queens trying to close out this contest, book their way into the finals. Even the ref is just making
Checking
sure
up on her.
that she wants to stay in. Serve.
Who wouldn't want to stay in this situation?
Yeah. And that's, not a clean catch, so up to match points. Game, set, match point right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure it's win by 2, correct, Shocker? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is win by 2. 5 is
Richmond still has a chance, but they fumbled the pass.
Ooh.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Queen Smashers will punch their way into the finals against Edison team. As you see the coaches shake it out and the teams exchange high fives.
The two laughs, and there's the handshakes between the two rosters. I think both teams should feel very happy about the results there. Again, this is a brand new Richmond team. If you're Queens, you have this experience. This is a core that's gone together. And now you're facing a whole set of new teams that you've never faced before. Go to the finals again. That's got to feel good for them. On the Richmond side, brand new team, young team. Most of them have never played Throwball at this stage. To come in and to be competitive here against the Smashers, that's also got to feel really good.
It does, and being able to have a tight competitive game for one means a lot for the Richmond team, right? When they come into the offseason, when they come in for roster adjustments, they'll be able to know what works and what doesn't work. And if you're on the Queen side, quite frankly speaking, they did get tested. They did have their challenges within the second step where they were forced to call a timeout pretty quickly right after Richmond. So being able to have those adversities, being able to have like a little bit of challenge going into the finals is going to mean a lot.
So now I think there will be a break until finals, but hurdle happening there on the Smashers side.
Just feeling parched.
So Smashers, Rapids, final score, Queens taking the victory, 21-13 in the first set, 21-15 in the second set. That is one semifinals booked. Let's step away. Potentially more throw ball action on the way.
Oh, okay, back.
It's the Throwball Finals between the Smashers and the Warriors. We tried to get a second camera down there. Didn't quite work. But you know the drill. Queen Smashers in blue celebrating, hitting match point on that opening set. While the Warriors in black on the left side of your screen, blue accents on their jerseys. All right, double figures and the claps to celebrate the end of that opening set of the grand finals. This one plays just like any other set. 21 on the first, 21 on the second, and then I believe 15 on that third set. Somebody in chat could correct me if you'd like. 3:45 p.m., everything for probably the first time ever ahead of schedule. That has never happened before. I don't even remember the last time we were on schedule. And that's with the added delay that we created. We being the live stream. But the opening set goes to Queens. And this is the classic matchup, probably since Throwball was added into this event. It has always come down to this Edison roster and this Queens roster. Last year is just another of so many examples between these two teams, as they're both in their huddles. Coming up after this, volleyball grand finals to begin inside the Palestra shortly, following the conclusion of the Throwball finals. Teams have all warmed up, and now they've stepped away into the AC to grab some fresh air. It'll be two refs for the volleyball grand finals. But a dominant slate and an opening for the grand finals. A steeper score line than they had in the semifinals against Richmond. So the opening set goes the way of Queens. Strong first game for them, 21-10. As I was saying, Kamish, before you joined with your lovely juice box that I am incredibly jealous of at the moment. Well, we don't have anything else going on. What if I full screen that? And then if I go transform. Am I on the right scene, Kareem, if I go transform fit to screen here? And if I do that. Nobody wants to look at us. Great, so both teams on. New York has switched sides with Edison in the black jerseys, and blue accents are the Warriors. The ocean blue, reminiscent of the University of Pennsylvania colors behind them. New York. But I am not sure what is going on.
If we are live.
Well, Kamish, you keep talking like we're live, and I'm going to go ahead and test it out.
Of course, of course. Not much to really say right now as, Queens wins in convincing fashion. I think this game is going to start with who can land the first punch and set the pace of the game and the tempo. We will take a pause momentarily as we figure out the audio situation, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just...
Check, check. All right, in theory. Oh, what have I done there? How about now? All right, in theory, we should be better? Question mark? I think so. I mean, you know.
All right, we got the thumbs up from our audio man.
All right,
we
our
are good
A2
to
on the
go.
field. Underway.
Our technician, our AV wizard.
Set 2 of the Throwball Grand Finals between the New York Smashers based in Queens and the Edison Warriors. And the opening point goes the way
Based in Warriors.
of Edison. Coming back from down 1 set, and the second point goes their way as well.
This is exactly the start that you need. I think having only 10 points in set 1 isn't the type of tempo that you want to play at, especially against the defending champions.
And the way that it ended also, it makes it tough to carry momentum into this game, but that's what makes that pause in between games, the huddle you get, so important. You get that time to do the mental reset. And there's a third. Couple of, looks like some confusion from the New York side as to that call. Saw the hands go out wide.
Get the coach to come over to have a quick chat.
Get some clarification to prevent it from happening again. The chants in there are astounding.
Right there, another communication lapse. You can see number 22 taking the blame for it. But a 4-0 start is very promising for Edison.
Largest lead Edison has had in the finals thus far, I'm assuming.
And
Diving
we
to the
get a
floor.
Slippage.
No dice. That makes it 5-0 for Edison. And this is the type of start that can snowball into something greater.
Right there, we get the back away. We get it sent to the back row, darts it back and back, and then eventually hits the net. A little bit too low on that.
It's like we've been saying, you got 3 seconds to release that ball, but 3 seconds is much longer time than you think, especially when you're down there on the court.
And you don't want to lose momentum also when like the ball is just being darted. You want to carry that over and just send it back.
And there we go. Queens trying to pick up the tempo to respond, and that leads to an unforced error on their part. Edison moves up to 6. As timeout gets called for the blue team.
Wise decision from Queens to, get your troops together, get them to rally, get them to, maybe alleviate some of the nerves that they may have coming into this finals match. But if you're Edison, you love the tempo that they're playing at. You love the willingness to not get defeated going into set 2 when you had such a bad set 1.
Yeah, I mean, nearly at the points total they scored in the opening set also. And in that time, they've only held Queens to just 1 point, 20 away from what they scored in the last set. So it's a night and day from what we saw in that opener, but still got the rest of the mid-game of this set to go before we even get to the late stage. So there's a lot of opportunities for Queens to put their foot down and turn the tide. One of them is right here off of this point, off the back of this timeout.
And we've seen how Queens has been able to respond coming out of timeout. So I'm interested to see, how quick of a swing they can get.
A couple substitutions made on both sides. They've had some discussions here clearly on what the strategy will look like. Edison, they've got the advantage and the serve. Down the middle, backside, and it slips out.
You love to see it. That's exactly what you need coming out of a timeout.
Up to 2. Now we get into the mid stage of the game.
And we get the slippage.
You see immediately, though, maybe the timeout had something to do with this. Mistake happened. High fives around the group. Set up for the next point already. No one is dwelling on those errors. You have to be able to put them behind you. And another unforced error called again. Get tempo. That's what's called from the Queen's side. Slow it down. Take a deep breath. As Edison is on fire. 9 points, nearly matching their set 1 total. Queens with the win in this set would close out a finals victory.
You see Edison player make a quick duck over, but unfortunately we get a double-handed catch.
(3-9).
Edison gets it right back, and they're able to match their first set total of 10. It should be in the second.
First to double figures between the two teams. There's no rallies been started yet for Edison as they get it back one more time. It's the crowd advantage now swinging in favor of Edison, perhaps. It was very vocal for the New York roster when I was last in there. But there's the error. See the call from the referee. So now we switch back over to Queens. So an error off the Edison side. This is where you make your mark.
But this Queens team, they're great at getting points off serves. They have to capitalize on that and try to get the crowd back into it. We all know how vocal the Queens crowd is. But right now, they don't have a lot to cheer for at the moment, as Edison gets another point in their favor to be up 9 points in this match.
I'd be curious. I know both teams are walking as far back as they can to make this throw. The far end barriers are very close to on the left side the wall, on the right side the bleachers. I wonder if perhaps they're running out of space on those serves, and that's been a factor in especially on the Queen's side, why they've made some of those unforced errors off the serve. They'd like just a couple of more feet of room there on either end.
It would be beneficial, but on the flip side, we have Warriors having to be able to block out the outside noise from the bleachers and from the fans.
Into the net they go. So Edison denied 15 as Queens move up to just 5. This is quite the turnaround. So if they can replicate what the Smashers did to them, if we get a 21-10 set in the opener, followed by a 10-21 set, you know, it feels a little poetic, no?
I would say so.
Service for Queens, and it's an ace as nobody leans over to grab it. 6-14 now.
You know,
Down
you built
by
a
8.
comfortable lead, but you have to be able to, you know, put them away. You cannot let this Queens team get a great rhythm going in their offense.
An error on the catch. I always say anything your opponent did to you, you can do right back to them. So just because the Warriors had such a great run doesn't mean that you can't then yourself turn around and have a great run also, especially in a game that doesn't have a clock, like volleyball, like throwball. I think it's so hard to just say that a game is over. But at the same time, you know, you do have to block out the scoreline to be able to do that. Otherwise, that added pressure can interrupt your flow state.
And right now, we all know Queens, they're on a marathon right now. They cannot look at the scoreboard. They have to be able to move game or point by point. Just try to close the gap inch by inch. As we get a timeout from the Edison team, I believe.
Timeout call. Do you think that was the right call, that Smashers are starting to get maybe a couple more points than they were in the early phase of the game, so we'll stamp it out early? Or should they have continued to keep the pressure on and not give New York some space to breathe?
I would say it's the right call to make the you know, the timeout play at the moment. I think, you know, anytime your opponent gets a 4-0 swing, you know, looking at the scoreboard alone, they're still up by 6, but you know, you don't want them to get into the rhythm of the offense, even if it is just to give them a break and readjust their positionings. It will be crucial to try to help get the ball back.
6-point game. The serve from Queens, and immediately
Number 14 took a duck as a business decision.
this catch called took a duck.
Yeah.
Where's the goose? I made that joke last game.
I
5
know.
points between the two teams, 9-14. Looking for double figures, just about.
Hits the net, and they fumbled the pass, and that's big.
She only just got that throw off
That
as
breaks
well.
breaks a 5-0 run from the Queens team.
Just about.
We
got
talked
that throw
about this
off.
in the other game against Richmond. 6 points away from 21. 6 points away from Queens to catch up to Edison. 6 is where Drake is from.
A lot of 6 in this one. And there's the miscatch. So up to double figures, New York goes. 5-point
Slowly
game.
trying to punch, crawl, scratch their way back into this game. At one point, Shocker, they were down 10 points. Now the lead is only cut to 5. Make that 4. I spoke a little bit too soon.
And those unforced errors are just happy blessings when you're a team that's down. Look at the legacy of both of these two teams. These are the teams, these are the cores that have come back year after year and made these deep runs since the time this sport was introduced to this tournament. And they meet here yet again.
A lot of history as the ball gets thrown out of bounds. We talked about being able to have composure. We've seen Edison and Queens have composure in these late game situations. They have to be able to just put them away and not worry about the score being a little bit closer for comfort.
These teams know each other very well, played each other.
As they get clean
Last
catches,
year-
but an illegal throw. Sorry, Shocker, go ahead.
Hesitation there on that throw. These two teams know each other very well, played each other last year in the finals, back again this year. Neighboring cities. Far
They
side.
try to force it to the sideline. You see it, Queens being able to throw, you know, have those positioning. But Edison said, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, they swung it from that far end to the near side, knowing the defense would be shifted out of place, and they were. They were looking for an out-of-bounds call, but just about inside. Edison 4 points away. 17-12, they have the 5-point gap. Ref says play on.
And again, Queens, I feel like the fatigue might be starting to set in. We see the illegal throw, how you cannot swing the ball below your body, across your body when trying to make that pass. Or sorry, I think it's a two-hander that she threw, but regardless, Queens is able to get it right back. They haven't been able to break the 5-point lead yet. They're desperately trying to close the gap, but Edison is right there to respond.
Their last long run brought them to this. They'll have to start a run here to get back within touching distance.
And we see the coach getting into it. He knows how much this means for his team to be able to have a chance to win as they're able to keep the play going. Great reaction from the backside and being able to recoup and get that point.
Talk about sticking with the play, right? Edison thought they had the point there and were able to stay alive for one more rally, but certainly lost their composure. But Queens kept their head in the whole time, followed the play through, and scored the point on that last possession.
And we talk about, you know, not trying to be cheeky and not trying to be cute. You just have to throw the ball over. It's a great idea to, you know, just keep it low to the net, try to get the front player lines involved, but
not that low.
That is, Jackie, are you a coach also for Throwball? Is this something that, you know, I never knew about?
That's what I do. I put on a mic and I act like I know everything. That's how I spend my time.
That's
as
actually
long
a power.
as nobody asks me to prove it, we're all good.
That's actually
20.
That's actually a power when you turn on the mic. I think everything you say is kind of word of the law.
Word of law. Listen, I have the authority here. Match point for the Edison Warriors, but it's Queens who have the serve, down by 5 to the far near side by the net. They'll swing it back.
We see the front line taking a duck to allow it to go middle. They send it to the back row. Great catches. No one wants this game to end right now. And Edison able to put them away, and we will be forcing a game 3.
Tipped off of one player, saw the adjustment from the back line to try and keep that play alive, but as it falls, that secures the Warriors win. 21-15 the second set. So yeah, we will have a game 3.
And you know, both teams, you know, despite the score, are gonna feel good about this. Queens at one point was down 10. They were able to cut the lead to 5. But Edison, after that timeout, man, something just clicked for them. They were able to, you know, say, hey, even though they are creeping up on us, let's keep that pressure going. Let's keep, you know, try to space it out, take it 1 point at a time.
And ultimately a very happy scoreline. 15-21 is not as dejecting of a scoreline to where it says, hey, we were down by 10 at one point. It feels like when you look at that scoreline and you don't look at the context of the game, this must have been pretty close all throughout. So if Queens can take the opening stages of this game out of their memory, then they'll be able to see that, hey, actually in the later stages of this game, it was pretty tit for tat. And that's the energy that they'll need to remember to get into this game 3.
Indeed. But either team, man, they cannot allow themselves to get down into an early hole. We saw that happen in the first set. We saw it happen in the second set. I'm curious to see how the third set will be going. If, you know, one team just comes out and absolutely punches the other in the mouth, figuratively speaking. Or is it going to be a back and forth jab for jab? Also figuratively speaking.
Yeah. So we got security is ready in there. They know what's
yeah,
up.
also,
know the rules.
There is, to many people's surprise, there's no RST boxing yet.
And there will not be. Bring back Wii Boxing.
That would be, I think that would be my chance to win gold.
Yeah? I don't know. I think surely there's got to be. Or we brought back Mike Tyson Punch-Out, the Nintendo game.
All right.
15-21, 21-10. And now this one is first to 15.
And we will take a quick break as both teams are going to discuss the next game plan. And we are back as Edison takes the lead to start 1-1, but Queens comes right back and ties up the score pretty quickly.
This is it. They're not looking for 21 points here. They're going just for 15. It is win by 2, but not really. It's win by 2 until you get to 17. So it's win by 2 just the once. So it's going to be a much shorter game. Everything has to be left out on the line here as Queens take an opening lead 2-1 against the Warriors, something they didn't do in the last game and they ended up losing. So a big turnaround. The trend has been the team who comes out early is able to hold it through the rest of the game. That's big for Queens.
And we see it right now. Queens goes up 3-1. I think both teams recognize that, hey, the quicker that we can extend the lead out, the safer it's going to be, considering the fact that 15 is the threshold.
Yeah. And a much faster game, of course, right? 17, 15 really is the target.
If you're both teams, what do you do knowing that the score is 15? Do you try to force mistakes by speeding up the tempo, or do you slow it down and say, hey, you know what? Every point matters. We can't afford to make a mistake based off of trying to force them and try to prolong the game.
Step 1 is controlling the tempo to begin with, regardless of whether it's fast or slow. If you can set the pace, then that means you're the team that's in control. Then after that, it comes down to personal preference of the team. But regardless of if you speed it up or slowing down, if you're the one that can dictate that tempo, that's what's most important. And Edison have brought themselves back into a foothold of this game, forcing errors on the Queen side, and there that second foot is lifted before the ball is secure. That ties it up 4-4. Edison now on a 3-point streak.
Able to place it just in the right spot where number 95 has to extend her arms out in order to make that catch. Otherwise, the backline wouldn't have been able to make that dive.
I like that their jerseys have numbers on them. Identifiable. That's a dropped catch for Edison.
And we see the Queens crowd getting into it. I think the broadcast does an amazing job of showing just how competitive Throwball is, how this is one of the main events, how everyone looks forward to it. We see the Edison team in white on the opposite side of the court, trying to cheer on their hometown team to get the win. I believe there's a slight technical error on the scoreboard. It should be 6-4 at the moment in favor of Queens.
Queens with the score there as two players make contact with the ball on the way down. That gives it another point for the Smashers. Up by 3 now, 7-4. And the spacing happening on the Edison side, making the adjustment to make sure the collisions are fewer and more far between.
You hear Edison making the call. The player makes a dive and throws it out of bounds.
And a really, really amazing defensive play, really, to get the sliding knee dive and get the dig there. But, you know, having to return it from down there on the ground, maybe underestimated their strength a bit.
Puts it far into the back row where they didn't expect it.
A bit of a bobble on the back line.
Edison taking a little time to figure out the adjustments as...
Yep, the ref is keeping an eye out on what should be happening. Oh, hello. So I'm trying to track and see what's happening.
I believe that the team started off on the wrong side of the
Yeah, they
the
should
court,
have done a swap.
which just makes sense. So I believe the score will still stand at 8-5. Both teams are just going to keep the same formation while switching onto the opposite side of the court.
Yeah, okay, so good catch there. Surprised that nobody caught it until halfway through this third set, but yeah, you are supposed to swap sides between. It looks like they're happy to keep the score and not reset it and just completely restart this third match. I would say as long as both teams agree to it, I think it's okay to go a little off the textbook.
And hey, all we want is a fair match. And if both teams are willing to do it, then that's all that matters here.
I don't know, what would you say? Would you say they wipe the score?
If I'm the team that's down, I would say, let's wipe the score.
Yeah.
If I'm Queens,
And say, hey,
you're going to
this
argue
was
until
clearly courts an advantage, right?
you're going to argue until the award ceremony that the score stays the same.
I'll say the winner of the last 2 games has been on the right side of the court. Athletes are the most superstitious people. I
Rightfully
would say
so.
I want to play on the windowed side, on the bleachered side, the side that Queens is on right now. That's where I want to play. That's what I'd be saying.
And it's clearly working for them. They were able to get 2 more points since the switch. Shocker, 5 points away. 5 points away from being able to call themselves the champions of Throwball.
Double figures.
To go back-to-back. Edison choosing to slow down the tempo a bit. Taking their time. They really don't want to have the lead extended out even further.
This might be the longest rally of the game so far, with them going back and forth. Everybody playing great throw ball, and they find the gap.
Didn't communicate. We saw the right side, or excuse me, the left side fall asleep a bit. And Queens was able to identify that and place it just perfectly in that spot.
But that's what happens when you use the full 3 seconds you have to make the toss. You can assess where the other team is and find the gaps appropriately. That's what was key about this rally. Everybody was taking their time to make sure they were able to secure the catch and set up the throw. Queens took that time to find the gap at the same time. That's the benefit of slowing the game down sometimes.
And now we get a timeout. We saw how Edison came out of timeouts. Every time they've done it so far, they've been able to get a 2-3 point swing, which will be crucial in this match.
And I think just confirming the scores also are the referees. But out of this timeout we go. And here come New York.
Edison comes out of the timeout, gets the point. They'll have the opportunity to throw the ball now and start with the serve.
Oh, nearly had that catch, but just dragged their
Just
feet.
grazes the side of her hand.
12-7. This is so close for
points away.
the Queens team. They know that it's just right around the corner. They've taken that second set loss in stride to set themselves up here just 2 points away from another gold medal at the Northeast Games. Into the net.
Hits the net. Jinx, you owe me a soda.
An unforced error moves them 1 point closer, double the score.
Will this be the final?
A steep hill, and that's the game.
There we go. The New York Smashers, back-to-back gold medals. As both teams line up to give each other props. You know, 2 teams that had, quite frankly, history over the past, since 2019. 2 teams that have consistently seen each other in the finals.
Oh, and you can see how much it means to those Queens players. Let's talk about that history, right? Again, it's these 2 teams. Since this sport was added to this event, Edison, Queens, every single time. And once again, the Smashers come out here against now more opponents than last year. They're still able to secure it. And the MVP is lifted up in celebration. Hugs around.
You see how emotional they are. You know that a lot of these players want it since every year, They get the crowd. You get your city pride involved also.
All right.
Overall.
Finals completed at 4:19. They'll get their gold medals tonight in the evening ceremony as they run through their team chants, which sounds so great to listen to, really. That crowd has been amazing. The support they've gotten from the sidelines as well. What's the word to the Edison Warriors team who made it all the way here and still came second, taking a set off of the Queens team? What's the message there?
Keep your head high, I think when you get your second place medals tonight, just understand that you played against other teams this year. You played against the defending champs. You had them on the ropes at one point. You kept it competitive, which is all you can ask for in these games. And just take what you learned moving forward and, try to dethrone them next year.
So Queens take it in the finals, 21-10 the opening set, losing 15-21 in the second set, and coming up to lock it in 15-7 in the third and final set. They'll take home gold for consecutive years. When we come back, volleyball grand finals in the Palestra. Grand final season continues as we move from Rockwell inside the iconic Palestra, home of so much history for UPenn, and it will be history for one of these two teams, Sucheon and Bomier, two teams we've seen earlier today, also on the live stream, as Bomier has a commanding lead so far in this opening set. Gamish, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm, huge volleyball fan. I've always been saying volleyball is such a beautiful sport, especially when you have two teams that play at the highest level. We're having Bomier, who's been in the finals, that won last year, that represented our nationals for the Northeast and won it all. So exciting stuff to watch. Exciting stuff to watch. Richmond gets a great set in and is able to hit it over with little to no contest. With a setback. Bomier decides to play it even though it's going to go out of bounds. Decided that it's okay since they're up by 6 points, but we talked about earlier about not trying to play with your food, and still a commending lead, still a commending 5-point lead. Get the little love tap out of bounds, and it'll go to Sucheon. So now they get a 3-point swing.
Nice attempt, though, to try and change the tempo. But, yeah, it looks like the ref wasn't ready for it quite yet, so they're going to say, hey, reserve that. Experienced refs here in the courts. A lot of them we'll see tomorrow at basketball. Also, as it goes to the back line,
As
here
a
to the outside
captain,
hitter.
Goes for the placement, but I believe he hit the net on that, and it might have been out of bounds, too.
And touches a touch wide. Sucheon down to 3 points this gap.
Sucheon gets the bump, gets the set, and chooses just to clear it over. Not a great opportunity to hit. Likewise for the other team, as they decide, you know what, let's just clear it. Let's just get a good set in as he goes for the cock back and able to just push it over again.
A heavy
Keep
hit
the
from
rally
the
going.
outside, and now another attempt to try and come near side. It'll
But
come
man,
out of bounds still.
We know how dangerous number 45 is on the jump. Being able to have well-placed sets are crucial for his team in order to win and proceed forward. We have a shot that's slightly out of bounds, so it'll stay with Bomier.
Up by 5. To the far end, there's a hit.
We get the
Secured.
high 50-50. Sucheon tried to meet them at the summit. We had two players, but a well-positioned hit was able to just squeeze into the back line and push the lead out to 6.
And we've got a full roster of referees for the finals. We've got 2 on the net. We have our 2 corner judges. I mean, this is the standard that you'd have is 4 refs on a professional level volleyball game. As he comes crumbling down on the near side of the net as he went up for the block, Bomier take that point. Up by 6.
A quick handshake. Bomier 6 points away from being able to claim the first set. And we get those super quick low hits, but still able to capitalize, trying to put pressure on him as we get Captain to get it cleared over, but to no avail as Sucheon gets it back and wants to try to close the lead as quickly as possible.
Down by 7 points. This is Time to step up.
Get the kids with the big guts. Gives them a great service. Just barely kisses the net. That's the type of serves you want to get, where it forces your front line to make a decision.
Popped up. Here we
Happening.
go to the outside. Set over.
They get a high hit, a high set, cock back, and pushes it over.
And they were anticipating the heavy hit from the near side hitter.
But he catches that adjustment last minute. Notices the back line didn't come up. Anytime you want to have your blocker come in, you have to have the back line ready to support, just in case for that tip pass.
Yeah, so he
So
found
well
the
played.
gap. Gave the push across.
As such, able to score over 2 defenders. Ref, little collateral damage, but the ball will go back to Sachun. 5 points. Again, this is a marathon right now. This isn't a race.
And the race comes in
Once the
set
game
3.
is tied.
16-21. Pops
As
it
they
over.
clear, it's about to be a 50-50, and just chooses to give it a little love tap into the corner.
Didn't go up for the block there. But no one came in to fill the gap he had left as he rushed in center.
He throws it back and
When I go down, it turns gray.
hits it with aggression to snap the, I believe it was a 5-0 run. We see Captain get the ball. He's looking to close the game out. We get our first good bump set spike. Looking to get one more. It's a 50-50 and a little touch pass. Gets it in.
That's been something we've seen a lot of in this game. It hasn't been the hits. It's been those pushes over those net, the bumps over the net that's caught the defenses off guard here, finding those gaps from the aggression.
Man. Hey, we talked about little buns being the play. Not this time.
Yeah, they heard
We
me
saw-
and proved me wrong right away as I said, hey, it's been a slower game. You know, that's been what's happening. They pick it up with some aggression.
They said, you want to see a highlight? Let me give you a highlight. You want to see a highlight?
Let me give you a highlight.
As Captain just beams it over, able to, contain the pass.
Nicely done.
Has
And
it at an awkward angle and can't get it over.
that's some aggression, right? So they receive the opening bump, but it's not in a good enough spot to lead to the set that would then create the over. So then they're stuck in no man's land, and they just have to concede the point there. That's what that aggression can do for you.
And trying to end the game, but gets a little bit of awkward set there, so just has to clear it over as such an unable to hit the angle correctly on that spike down. And first set will go to Bomier.
Unforced error will close that opening set. And Bomier, yeah, takes it. The number 2 seed in the tournament, but as you said, the reigning champs, the Northeast representatives at Nationals last year,
And
should feel very confident and have certainly been playing as such here in the grand finals.
And more importantly, they have their captain. They have their MVP. There was multiple times last game where we saw Sachin put together a little run. And who was the man to end that? Number 45 on the court.
And in red.
And in red.
Ref right here is
Having that national, I believe Olympic team is what he played for. Having that experience, having that expertise, that's invaluable to have in the tournament.
And that's how they were able to close out this opening matchup. And they felt good, I think. It was a good game, but they were very much in control. And we saw them save legs also for the later stages of this event. Going back to opening stages of bracket play, taking out some of their stronger hitters to make sure they could save them for this part of the tournament. At this point, you've been playing since 7:30 in the morning. Got a full work day's worth of hardcore activity. Most of your matches have been in a room with no AC. It's a grueling day to be in this arena every
Indeed.
single year.
Indeed. But hey, you know what? When we grow old, you know how our parents would say, back in my day when I was your age, I had to traverse through snowstorms, mountains, hills, swim
But
to
did
work.
they ever play volleyball in the
heat.
palestra?
They did not.
Just got that Ivy League special, you know?
Yeah.
Everything Ivy except the AC.
At this point, you know, what do you do when you're Sachin? Like, what do you discuss in those huddles?
I don't think they were playing poorly at all, though. I think they had really great play. Communication was strong throughout. They were able to read the defense really well. I think Bomier just got the better of them. And in one sense, that's really frustrating because there's no obvious adjustments to be made. But on the other hand, you could say, hey, that means we're good enough to show up and beat them. Yes, 7 points is a big gap, but really, you just get one good rally in, a couple of good serves, and that scoreline's looking different. So I do think that Sachin has put themselves in a position to come out here in this second game and still feel very confident about the type of play that they're bringing to the table.
But they need to have positional awareness. This goes for both teams. When you have multiple blockers coming up, the back line has to fill in that space in the background to be able to, you know, essentially clean up any missed blocks.
So they should be swapping sides here, but they're opting not to. And there was some confusion about that in the volleyball side. You see the refs are
discussing
even
it right
pointing.
now.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, don't you guys are supposed to swap? And let's see what the players end up deciding. But yeah, it should be a team swap here. And I think the decision is...
Yeah, Bomier patiently waiting.
Yeah, looks like the
Standing
decision...
underneath a filled-up bleacher crowd right now. From supporters, not just from Manhattan, but from, you know, all regions, as the first point will go to Sachin with a little bit strong hit.
Yeah, the crowd here is starting to fill up. A lot of them migrating over from volleyball to throwball. Or excuse me, from throwball to volleyball. But Sachin does get the opening point here, and I think they've decided they're not going to switch sides also. I guess they've talked it over, so.
As we get a sub in really quick.
As long as there's no stoppage mid-game that says, hey, what's going on? You guys didn't switch sides. So that's been discussed. Here's Sachin.
They get the fast, low hit over. They decide to just tap it over. Great placement. Great situational awareness. We always talk about in volleyball how you want to have a bump set spike, but hey, when you notice the defense lacking, sometimes it's best just to send it over.
The New York Edison matchup here again.
Bangs it over.
As a power play comes out to stop this Bomier defense in its tracks.
It's the type of aggression you want coming into this game. Got an unorthodox hit, just decides to send it over. Nothing too fancy, and he gets met at the summit, and it'll go back to Bomier.
Lucky to score there, the collision that Bomier had between three of their players on the previous possession. That they're able to clear it and set their defense right back up. Sachin can't capitalize as quickly as they perhaps would have liked to, as that ball, another ace for this Bomier team off of that serve.
And those passes, you know those serves are so deceptive where you can't tell if they're really going out of bounds, but it's clearing over, so you have to just, you know, just put a hand up and pray you get it in.
They'll send it over quickly.
He tries to get a quick hit, and they go for the big hit, but gets it blocked.
Nicely done, meeting them at the summit. As you like to say, you've got to challenge it. That's exactly what they've done. They'll reap the rewards.
Make them try to go for those little soft bumps over. At least you know your backline is able to clear the gap on that. Tied game at the moment. They get their strong server. He's been phenomenal this tournament, but the team captain comes in and just punches it home with aggression.
Yeah, and he'll take the service back with it as well as he's getting ready for that. Ball will go the other way to him.
And
no obvious gaps between the two teams here. Just waiting for the final player to get back on the court from receiving that ball. No obvious gaps here. It's been a close contest in the opening of the second, 3-4. And a powerful serve means the bump sends it flying out of bounds.
man, you know that back line feels the pressure. That's all you can ask for when you get these serves.
Another ace, back-to-back aces for the captain. He finds the gap in the middle.
Looking to extend the lead to 4 as they get a good set in. They're able to clear it over. They go for the big swing, and it is in play.
That back line collapsed in to support this blocking front line. And that opened up a ton of space on the back half of the court. That's where they targeted on the outside hit.
They get a great set, bump, and spike. Sorry, bump, set, spike. But they hit the net, and the point will go back to Sutton. At this point, do you want to call a timeout? Do you want to, maybe rethink things a little bit through?
Yeah, he has their number right now. Of the last 4 serves, 3 of them have been aces. And he's going to move a little bit more internally, change up his style.
Taking goes out of bounds.
Yeah, I guess. It wanted to make it a little more interesting. Since it's spiraling up into the air.
You gotta, I think the last 2 sets, Sachin was able to at least get a little bit more fluid offense going. So he thought, let's just send it up high and mix it up a bit. Be unpredictable.
Catch them off guard.
Yeah. If you take a look, they get it right back.
And first to double figures here in the second set.
Tries to clear it over, 50-50, and the point will go back to Bomier because of
Contact with the net on the way
net
up.
touch.
4-11.
Again, game is at 25. It's still a slow burn. Go for the big hit and gets it to go right in the back left corner.
That's the type of hit that can change momentum over to your way. The type of hit that they'd want to be looking at.
And a high serve, able to recover, and they get met at the summit.
And both went up for it, both flicked it inward. And the dig came out from Bomier, but he dug it up from underneath the net. Inside hit, but it's
See
a
that little
pushover.
tap, and then again, the net touches.
A lot of last
You
couple
have
whistles.
to be conscious about it. You have to just, maybe take a step back if you know that you can't make that hit over.
Those errors have been costly, especially for the Sachin team who don't have points to give.
Ooh, gives him a good fake out and gets a little bit too fancy with it.
And not enough
He
contact
jumps a
on
little
the
bit
set.
early.
But I like that. 2 guys jumping up. You had the inside hitter and the outside hitter. Give it a little bit of a fake.
What do we call that move, Shocker?
Uh,
Because I don't know what the actual term is.
the fake out.
I love it.
I've got to.
Oh, man.
I got to hit up my my old volleyball days. And did some
And
time.
former second place medalist in 2015
Oh my God! Yeah. Wow.
for SWAT Team Richmond.
Look at that. We're bringing back the old days. Or I don't know. I don't think we medaled that year. We might have.
There's 2 teams, so you had to win a medal.
It was more than 2 teams. Memory serves, it was more than 2 teams. That was
Or it
back
might have been third
at
place.
Spooky Nook.
Spooky, yeah. I almost call it Spooky Center.
Spooky Center. But we've been here between UPenn and Drexel for
As we
8
get some
years now?
spooky spikes in. They
Back
get
to
one
the
more
game.
hit and able to hit it right at his torso.
It's the inside hit. The 2 blocks were there, but they blocked it just a couple inches separated from the net. Ball falls down into their court. Sprinting to keep that play
And
alive.
Alex just to hit it over. That's the best play sometimes. Man.
And that's an executed block there, right? Last time,
You gotta-
couple inches removed. Now he gets up and over to make the stop.
And you have to choose your battle. You know, sometimes as a volleyball player, you have to understand that, hey, there's sometimes going to be guys bigger than you on the court, and that's fine. But you cannot try to challenge them at the net.
And then you work the other angles, not play into their strengths. 8-16, Bomier doubling the scoreline of their opponents here.
9 points away to go back-to-back. We already saw the Throwball champions do it. As they go for the kick, and it's a high ball. Able to keep the ball in play. As Captain, again, another net touch.
A couple of those unforced errors, and with that, this could be a very different-looking scoreline if New York were to clean both Throwball and Volleyball.
But that's the pressure that they put, you know, being able to force them to stay away from the rim or stay away from the net. We know how high they can jump. We know that every spike is going to get contested. And we can see it's clearly affecting the level of play. This is still anyone's game. 25 is still far away. As there appeared to have been another net touch at the net.
9-18, once again doubling their scoreline. Service, then overhand. Here's
They got a great placement and hits it emphatically.
a beautiful set, and he had
Getting
so much
props
room
from
for
the
the
end.
outside hit. Yeah, it was good. Crowd cheered wildly for that as well.
Man, they might have even gotten a fan from Bomier also.
Yeah. See
We
the
know he's in his
smiles there on the
notepad
other
taking
team.
some notes.
It's like, that's how you do it. And it was a great sequence, and something that Sachin needs to bring momentum back as they look
captain.
outside. And the deflection off the block means they'll maintain the points. You have to block, but if that contact is no good, if it's a weak deflection, it rolls out the back, it rolls out on your own side of the net. It's got to be a clean block. But you
Dangerously
gotta go
close
for
to
it.
the rim, or to the net. My apologies. Hopefully when I call basketball tomorrow, I won't be calling the rim a net.
You better apologize. Here we go outside, a big right hand, and there's the hole. He fills 20-10, doubling the score again, and just 5 points away.
If you don't like that, you don't like RST volleyball. Or whatever Mike Green says.
Yeah, say it louder. Service.
And just out of position. Wasn't ready for that.
And I think at this
You know,
stage,
when you're down double digits, you shouldn't try to go for those highlight plays. Go for those trick out plays.
overextend the team. And I think at this point of the tournament, the fatigue is starting to get to some of these Sachin players.
The fatigue and the morale.
Bomier will concede that point. 4 points away from yet another gold medal at the regional stage.
They get their best server. He's been phenomenal this tournament. Trying to make a late game run to keep their tournament hopes alive, to force a game 3 as we get a dive. And
a fantastic dig there as they keep it alive.
Keep it going.
Right-handed hit.
But unfortunately, we had people standing in the way on the sideline, so we couldn't have someone run after it.
Yeah. as that ball flies out of bounds. 11:22. They'll send it over quickly, catching Sachin off guard. They recover. And as he
The
goes
point
up
was
for it
out
on
of
the near
bounds.
side.
We try to get the last minute redirect, but didn't want to get called for the net. That's been a big problem this game for Sachin. And we get a high ball into the stands.
He lets that ball Gets a little smile and laugh from the referee as well. That almost touched the ceiling.
Trying to put on a show for the crowd.
And this is a show for the crowd here.
Get a slight tip over
Ooh.
and catches the defense out of position, but unfortunately was out of bounds.
Sending Bomier running around. They'll still happily settle for the points. 23-13.
2 more points. 2 more points to go back to back.
Edging ever closer to 25 to close out the contest.
And we get the fast serve. Able to recover it.
Oh,
A
there's
little
some
bit
miscommunication. He had clearly the setter called back. No, but actually I think that was the captain trying to talk to the outside hitter to make a run, I believe. But here's an outside hit chance.
Contest. Looking.
Sends it again.
Hoping it's an 8-point game. Desperately just trying to get it into win by 2 situation.
Well, they got to 18 in game 1. Could go on a bit of a run here and tie their set 1 total.
And we get a great block. Trying to get a good hit, but my apologies, I thought that was a net call, but they're able to get the block, and that forces the blockers to try to make a play at the net, which did not go to their advantage.
16-23 on the outside.
And gets it to go over, but again, out of bounds.
Dangerous to block. I mean, you got to do it. 2 guys up, great contact, but it just slips out of bounds on the far end. That puts Bomier on game points, what could be the game-winning serve. Off the net, they need a clearance, and it falls short.
We are crowned back-to-back champions in volleyball. Bomier, New York takes home the crowd and gets gold.
And to do it in 2 sets, no less. The number 2 seed come in here, and they've claimed the top spot. 18-25 in the first one, 16-25 in the second one. Kamish, you played on a volleyball team earlier in the tournament. What did you learn?
There's levels to this, man. There is levels to the sport.
Were you taking notes?
It's beautiful, man. I think, you know, being able to react to, like, the speed of, like, the serves is absolutely crazy to me. And I think, you know, hopefully with practice, we'll be able to get 3rd place eventually.
What about against the Bomier? You got faith against either of these 2 teams?
Not at all. But hey, you know what? At least we get the pleasure of watching, you know, 2 great teams compete at a very high level that get to represent our great region in the nationals.
Good volleyball, a long day of volleyball, a long day of all sports as day 1 of the Northeast Ismaili Games comes to a close. Just under 5 o'clock too, which just about never happens. Make sure you follow the Instagram AKYSB_Northeast to stay up to date on all marketing news. We'll step away for today, but day 2 continues. Same channel, same place, same time tomorrow.